Olá, muito bom dia a todos
Good morning, everyone,
acompanhando a COP28.
to everybody following COP28 in Dubai, and
Assistindo lá no Brasil.
good evening for those following us in Brazil.
Em Dubai, né? Porque
It is quite hard
dia às 9 da manhã.
here in Dubai because this is the first panel of the day at 9 a.m. and it's harder even to those following in Brazil at 2 in the morning. We have a very important panel to talk about the perspective of how we are affected by waters in Brazil.
Vou querer passar primeiro aqui pelas nossas
And
panelistas.
I'd like to start by introducing our panelists. We have three panelists, two here and one online. We're waiting for another one. So I will briefly ask our panelists to introduce themselves and talk about their institutions. I have Samila Blois from Laboratório Cidade, Camila Magalhães from Manji Organization, and Sofia Campos, Director for Cities, Infrastructure and Environment of the IPT São Paulo. I'll offer the floor to Samila. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samila Blois. I am a urbanist at the Laboratório da Cidade, which is based in Belém and works with adaptation of the Amazon cities. I am a researcher for urban ecology and urban Amazon. My two researchers work with the renovation and rethinking of infrastructure, focusing on the Amazon waters. So I'm here to build a dialogue on new possibilities for the waters in Brazilian cities. My name is Camila Magalhães. I am an oceanographist and one of the directors of the Mundi organization, which is based in Belém and works with sanitation and climate, with a backdrop our urban centers in Belém and other cities of the Amazon. It will be very interesting to have this exchange with Samila and Sophia because we'll be bringing different perspectives on a subject that we have been working on for a very long time. Thank you. And I will now offer the floor to Sofia Campos, who has been in Dubai, had to go back, but continues to be present. Sophia, could you please introduce yourself? Good morning, everyone in Dubai. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss such an important theme, which is the theme of hydric resources in the context of climate change. I am a civil engineer and I work with disasters and stability, but currently I am the director for cities, infrastructure and environment for the IPT, which is the Technological Research Institute of the state of São Paulo, and it is linked to the Secretariat of Science, Technology and Innovation of the state. And the IPT works with applied research with the public and private sector. Our unit works specifically with infrastructure works, territorial planning, hydric resources, sanitation, forests, and risk management. So this is a multidisciplinary group focused on cities. I think this is it for now. Thank you for the presentation and for the presence of all of you, whether it is here or virtually. This is a panel that I consider quite diverse. We have two different cities of the Amazon region. So we have Sophia, who talks about the Southeast, the city of São Paulo, largest city in Latin America. And we also have Camila and Samila, who are more focused on the Amazon cities. And they are based in the city of Belém, which is one of the largest of the Amazon region. It will be great to be able to discuss the challenges, the vulnerabilities, because quite often this is linked to having things in common that are related to hydric resources, but also differences. And it is the differences and similarities that we could approach here today, thinking about the challenges and the solutions. The challenges have to be regionalized. So, how can we have a local and global way of thinking? And this is my first question. What are these challenges like? What is the perspective in terms of vulnerabilities? What is the scenario in terms of hydric resources in the places where you work? Samela, you have the floor. Very well. We start thinking about Belém and other Amazon cities, considering the way that they were born or expanded. In almost all processes, there was an attempt to replicate other city models, whether they are from abroad or the center south of Brazil, which didn't necessarily make sense in our context, both the climate and environmental context and sociological context. We had a repertoire that was completely ignored. Better. That was completely ignored in the genesis of these cities. The planning replicated occupational and organizational standards, and I'm talking about water, infrastructure, sanitation, and water management models that were not dealing with the Amazon waters in the way that we were used to. There was an attempt of hiding the waters, channeling them, transforming the city landscape into a model, an image of city that didn't belong to us. So we distanced ourselves from the waters, and that made our social environmental relationship different. We didn't understand what the waters meant in the way the city worked. We have a very high rainfall. There is a sentence I love, which is waters will always find a way. So waters need to flow, and the attempt of hiding the waters, channel them, and transform the Amazon waters ended up not working well. These solutions are generally quite strict and quite difficult to transform or to take a step back. And generally, these solutions deal with a small problem. So, say there is a neighborhood and there is the risk of flooding in that neighborhood. The solution given by the municipality is just to the area that is flooding. So, they don't think about the neighborhood as a whole, the basin as a whole. And cities are sort of like a game. If you touch upon one side, that will bring consequences to the other side. So, the model of intervening in one spot generated a series of problems that we're facing every day, especially in the peripheries, in the lower areas. These problems get aggravated with climate change, the elevation of tides, the rainfall rates that have changed over time as well. So this is already happening. Our relationship with the water and the climate events is changing, and a lot of areas in the city are compromised. But there is only one specific community that cannot face these events, and it is where we are lacking infrastructure. So, in terms of urban planning, we're not replicating a model that is an Amazon model, and the city is not the right of many people who are in the margins. that are in contact with the water and have a traditional style of contact with the waters. There are a lot of traditional communities in the Amazon. They end up with inadequate infrastructure to keep their livelihoods. So the rivers are polluted or channeled, or they are within large projects of macro organizing, which is the case of Belém. So, based on this perspective that Samela has brought about the Amazon cities and the region of Belém, and listening to you, I remember the book Futuro Ancestral or Future Ancestral, talking about the waters and how waters find a way of flowing. This is very interesting. One way or another, infrastructure that is thought for cities are going to be tricked by the water, so to say. So this needs to be considered in planning scenarios. We need to think about access to water and quality of the water. Now, in parallel, I'd like to call Sophia so that she talks about problems that another region of the country faces, so that we can understand the similarities and the differences that we have in terms of hydric resources. Sophia, I know you've already introduced yourself, so the question, could you please talk about what I just asked? I would ask for my presentation to be put on, so I illustrate what we work with, which is cartographic products related to the problems and demands that we have in the city. When we think about the differences, we have an intense use of underground water in São Paulo, and some research has been carried out in the sense. Monitoring is something we do as well. Can you see the presentation? It's not showing to me.
Ainda não apareceu aqui.
Disponibilizam para a gente ilustrar aqui. Acho que eu vou iniciando já enquanto o pessoal prepara, né? Então,
I'm going to start while they prep. I think that the first point is to try and illustrate how climate change and extreme hydro events are more and more frequent. So intense rains cause flooding and disasters more frequently. And flooding, of course, affects the quality of water. It alters turbidity and allows for the content with areas that have a diffuse discharge. And we talk about contamination here. There is also the problem of droughts, which brings hydric insecurity. So there is a reduction in the offer of water. So we're subject to all of this with extreme events, and hydric insecurity is a theme that is related to this. And of course, we have the lessened ability for aquifers to recharge. We have a direct impact in underground water and the flow of rivers. So the droughts affect production chains, and that impacts the production of food, production of energy, apart from direct supply to households. I still haven't been able to show, but let me. It's showing now, yes. Great. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. So, another one. Yes.
A gente tem hoje, né, se a gente pensar na forma
If we
de
think about
pensar, né,
the
força motriz, pressão, estado, impacto e
the
resposta, que é o
leverage,
modelo que a
the
gente utiliza aí para
engine, and then the
análise da
pressures and the
sustentabilidade. A gente
impacts,
tem hoje, né, que as mudanças climáticas são
we
uma
have a
coisa
scenario
importante, assim como é, né, o crescimento
that shows that
populacional,
climate
como a expansão
change is one of these drivers as much as the populational growth, agricultural activities. These are all pressures on hydric resources. And the main impact that we are discussing here is the shortage of water and use of water. IPT has been trying to support a response, which normally is a response that helps the public sector or a region in the state that has a problem related to water. Next slide, please.
A gente fala muito em bacias críticas.
We talk about critical basins and how we need to identify them in order to assess the hydric stress. And there are a number of factors that are conflict generating. We have basins that already have low availability, they have very low surface water. There is the populational growth, an unequal distribution of resources, of course, climate change, which is in the backdrop of everything, degradation of agricultural or forest soil, pollution, which generates conflict, and often we have a borderline territory which has the potential to generate conflicts. In this mapping, we also identify large users
Principais atores envolvidos.
and the factors that could foster conflict among these players. Now, talking about the products that we provide, in the state of São Paulo, we have the region of surfacing of the Guarani Aquifer, which is the largest freshwater aquifer in the world, and it's borderline with Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina, but it surfaces in the countryside of our states. And so, for this instrument, PDPA, we've developed a proposal to map the municipalities. We have thousands of municipalities where the aquifer surfaces, so we did a crossing of information such as natural vulnerability of the aquifer, contamination due to use of soil, and then we have got to a map on restrictions of direct use. This subsidizes municipalities when they develop their master plans and give them a guide of how to occupy the area while protecting the aquifer. Another instrument that we've developed for municipalities is the geotechnical charter to urbanization. And in this charter, we've included some climate maps related to hydric resources. We talk about vulnerabilities and aquifers. And faced with the condition, which is extreme hydrological events, especially for areas in hills or mountains, we've included areas that have the potential to generate mudslides or strong currents. We identified that in the map. Areas that might be hit by mudslides and that have the potential of having accidents. So we are thinking about resilience and an occupational standard that offers less risk to the population. Next slide. Recently, we have been developing a breakdown for flat areas and the risk of flooding. I studied the Capivari Basin in Campinas, and based on the LiDAR model, we've carried out hydrologic and hydraulic simulations where we consider 3 periods, 5, 25, and 100 years away from now. And based on that, we've done a projection of urban expansion. So with more impermeable areas, you can have a projection of the area prone to flooding. And the idea is to incorporate the extreme events in these simulations. So apart from urban expansion, we include extreme events, which is the next step in our project. You can go to the next slide. This is another study related to hydric resources, which is the mapping of priority areas for environmental recovery. This was carried out for the southwest region of São Paulo. Next, please. It's an area with 8 municipalities in this basin. This is a stream protection area, and several city administrations demanded to know which areas would be more favorable for environmental redressing. They had to do that for a number of developments, and we needed to indicate which areas were more prone to this type of compensation or redressing, considering the ecosystem hydric resources. So we considered, for example, factors such as erosion, areas of permanent preservation, regulation of hydric flow, thinking about water production and aquifer recharge, and of course, human well-being and economic activity. So where you see red, these are more favorable areas to forest recovery and can generate more hydric ecosystemic services. So the potential is different for some municipalities. Some municipalities have a vocation to generate water and some have a smaller vocation. Should we go to the next one? Next slide. Another project has to do with monitoring, a qualitative and quantitative monitoring. So we've assessed the installed network in municipalities, so analyzing the quantity and quality of water. And based on this, we provided an assessment of the installed system and analyzed scenarios of urban expansion to determine where new monitoring networks should be installed so that we can have an idea of the quality of hydric resources in the municipality. Next slide. Another product that we have been working on is the territorial organization based on the geography, the mining factors. We know that territory is essential to identify where mining could be allowed, but of course, mineral water is a good which can be used more largely as it is a resource that can be included in the mining zoning or mining mapping. And the last example that I've brought is on the Alto Tietê Basin. In 2014, São Paulo went through a strong hydro crisis. All 8 reservoirs declined. We had a rationing. We used what we call the remaining volume of these reservoirs. And in yellow on this map, this is areas where we produce vegetables, we produce fruits, and this area was quite harmed and limited because there was not enough water in the surface. In order to reduce this impact, we are carrying out a study to identify critical subbasins, and we are prospecting alternative sources, for example, underground water. It's very difficult here to find underground water because we are on a crystalline territory. So geophysics is coming into the scene to support these producers, and along with the agri researchers, we are also providing new techniques that use less water. And this is what we do to support with alternative sources for agriculture. And this is just my concluding slide. I think here I'm just giving you some perspectives. The idea is that we can have climate resilience guiding urban development, and we need to build this resilience for the medium and long term. We should incorporate change scenarios, such as we have done in our products. It's important to simulate climate change scenarios in order to understand the urban situation in the future. This is very important, and we need to highlight how important data collection and monitoring are. And AI tools could help us in generating data and supporting decisions that are made by decision makers. Another important topic is the need to create networks. And these are multidisciplinary works, and sometimes we have specialists from other groups that could collaborate to a more complete and rich work. This is it. I think this was my last one. Thank you. This is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And so we can see what the activities, that we can see what are the perspectives that we have for the future and what is possible to be done still in terms of a scenario of São Paulo. And I thought it was very interesting that you think how not to think water systems or resources in an isolated way, but within the urban scene and with the whole system, where we have all these other ecosystems in nature. Nothing is isolated. Everything works together. Then we go back to the Amazon region. I want to bring Camila Magalhães to talk about what the challenges we have in terms of all the challenges in the area of Belém. We had a very interesting context here. Belém is a city cut by rivers. We have 14 water basins. And in this sense, it's difficult to imagine how we could develop our city without considering these spaces, which are so broad. But we've reproduced a model that didn't really make sense for a city in our region. And in this way, we think about the perspective of thinking water as a solution, because for a long time we have worked this space as a space of problems, which will bring flooding, is polluted, is dirty. But when we start to look at it in a way that is a possibility and a potential to have the space, we can think about policies which make sense for our territory. Just as we can also recover our identity as Amazon people, riverside people. Furthermore, thinking about the climate point of view, we have worked the idea of learning as a solution for climate adaptation. Yesterday, looking at one of the documents that came out of the GGA at COP, we were very happy that in this theme, water and sanitation are being highlighted and thought as tools for solutions. And in this way, Amazon cities are always within the worst cities in the ranking of sanitation. Santarém, Marabá. There are other cities as well. But on the whole, Amazon cities are in the worst positions in the ranking. And we're working so that we improve these rankings, and it also can be reflected on the quality of life for people. And when we invest in sanitation, we can spend less on health as well. So this reflects in the lives of people, in their quality of life, and also how us as a city can protect our territories. Furthermore, this view of the Amazon is very important, but it's also important to talk to other areas, other territories, and we know that this is a characteristic of periphery territories, but also of slum areas and favelas, and how similar the problems that we face are in terms of not having regular garbage collection. At 10 o'clock at night, we have a lack of water. And when the water is there, it's dirty. And less than 50% of the sewage in the city of Belém is treated and collected. So we have a lot to progress in terms of our water management, not only in water management, but also in public policies that address these problems. But we have an opportunity to develop public policies that make sense to us within our city. The narrative that the population, people, communities don't have enough education to look after our spaces. But within our territories, we know that there are resistance movements, neighborhood movements who have been trying for a while, trying to implement infrastructure that makes sense for our territory, considering green areas, considering living spaces, but which are not heard by our secretaries, our governmental authorities, local authorities, and those who are planning our cities. So I think this is the context, and we can then start thinking about solutions. Thank you, Camila, for your observations. We cannot today, looking at the territories, how these rivers who are so present, so relevant in the lives of people in the Amazon area, have gone through this process of being deleted, being hidden. This is something colonial, and how these features that we have in the Amazon areas are very similar to other peripheries we have in the rest of the country. And I would like then to call Mara Ramos, who is with us through the remote. She is the director of city and the environment superintendent in the city of São Paulo, again, making parallels between the different big cities in the Brazil. So we're looking at cities in the Amazon and the southeast of Brazil, and asked Mara to talk a little bit about the work of her institute and share with us the scenario that we have at present. We heard a little about Sophia, but in terms of territories, what are the conflicts related to water resources in the state of São Paulo? Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I am just correcting, I represent the DAA, the Department of Water and Electricity in the state of São Paulo. It was very interesting to hear all this overview that Sophia presented and the tools that are available for us to assess and manage our water resources, and to hear the experiences of the north region of Brazil. When we talk about water resources, Brazil is very diverse in terms of water in the state of São Paulo and how we work this resource in various regions of Brazil. You can see from the presentation. I'm not sure you can. People can see my presentation, or I can move it. You can't see the slides, right?
Vou tentar aqui. Ainda não, né? Vou tentar mudar, pessoal, desculpa.
No.
Vou tentar de outra maneira.
I'll try and change.
Agora eu acho que vai funcionar. Pronto. Agora funcionou como eu queria.
I think it worked now.
Vamos voltar. Bom, então
It's working as I wanted. Thank you. Let's go back a little bit. We're going to talk about the water management in the state of São Paulo and what are the instruments we have available to manage our water resources well. First of all, the DAE is the body responsible for the water resources in a quantitative way. It's there for 70 years. It does all the study plannings to manage fully the water basins and operate some of the dams, some draining systems, and it also has the role to regulate and provide permission for the use of water resources. It also has a telemetric network to do this quantitative management. Our mission is to become a state agency for water resources. We know that at a federal level, the regulation of water resources made by the national water agencies, and this attribution goes to DAE in São Paulo. And so we're trying to become a state agency. We want to carry on ensuring the development of water resources in a sustainable and integral way, regulating them in a most efficient ways. And what is the division in the state of São Paulo? We have 22 management units, each with their own specificities. Each of them can be grouped in 7 great regions in relation to their characteristics and main water resources. So we can see here in this map, this division of our state. And the way it is divided, it's not a fair division in terms of water resources. These 22 units are very different. If we look at the map on the left, we can see that our water resources are not equally divided, as is the reality in the rest of Brazil. We have units 5 and 6, which is SJ and Alto Tietê, where you have the greatest population density. So we have an availability of water that is per capita that is very much smaller. And we can see the vocation for each of the regions in the states. We can see regions where you have more or less industrialization in the different regions. And the availability of water resources is also very important in terms of the vocation of our regions. And here we have a map with data from 2021, where you can see this water balance in terms of the demand and supply. We can see that in various regions of the state, as well as the cities where you have more of a population density, how they relate to their use of water. So these are informations that the state has to be aware of in order to do good management in all these regions. Remembering what is our role, which is promote sustainable development of all the basins, taking into account the multiple uses of water. And then we have conflicts when we talk about regions with a low availability, both naturally and because of usage. That's when you have to manage conflicts. And then when we see another issue that Sophia mentions, which another factor which generates potential conflicts are the critical areas. So in all our regions of the state, we have vulnerable areas. In the state of São Paulo, we have a group of people which are living in risk areas and vulnerable areas. Just in São Paulo, we have more than 600,000 people living in these areas. On the right, you can see in the state of São Paulo, people from São Paulo and many people in Brazil saw the rains we had at the beginning of 23, and we can see the disaster that happened in São Sebastião in the coastal region of São Paulo. And as well as having low availability, we have vulnerable areas. And in the state of São Paulo, it's also true, like it's true in the other areas of Brazil, we have irregular occupation or more vulnerable occupation, which are areas of communities or favela, where we have a large density, 5 times more than any other density that we would think possible within urban planning. So this is another challenge that we have in our critical areas and basins, the occupations of valleys and water flow areas. And with this, in these vulnerable areas, the events, extreme events have been causing greater impacts. We here have a photo in our metropolitan region, where the river Tietê shows people living in areas where when there is more rain, people have to live with water inside their houses for over months sometimes. So what do we have at hand to be able to better manage all these conflicts in terms of using water usage? Our system in terms of water management in Brazil and in the state of São Paulo is shared by regulatory agencies. In the state of São Paulo, the DAE is responsible, and we also have a system of water resources implanted within our framework for water resources, which provides us with tools. And I would say that the most important tool for this is the use of permission. That is how we direct the permission of water resources. Another important tool is the system of information that we have to do this management, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. And there's the charging of water, that could be water management, because it can direct how certain regions can use more or less water. The planning of water resources through its plan is important to manage this at short, medium, and long term. So we talked a little about what the conflicts are, what tools agencies have available to manage these conflicts, and we also have a greater challenge, which is the imposition of this new normal, which is the constancy or the permanence of extreme events. And like in other areas of the world, we also have in Brazil seen a very big impact of climate events. In Brazil as a whole, we have an average temperature that we've seen rise in all the capitals of the country. We have seen an increase of temperature. And what does this bring? It brings even more unpredictable climate events, extreme climate events. And on top of this, we also have, more specifically in this year, the effect of El Niño, which is a climate event that we could say that's been happening for a long time. We know that it's recurring. It comes in around 5 to 7 years. And we have different ways how El Niño can impact. For example, in the southeast, which is a more neutral zone in relation to rains, so it brings higher temperatures above average. In the northeast, we have a lack of rainfall, and especially in the north, actually, we have seen much lower rates of rain, and in the south of the country, a higher volume of precipitation, which cause a lot of problems. Generally, in Brazil, we could say that 2023 was the hottest year in history, and this impacts a number of sectors related to water resources. We have events that affect our animals. In the North region, for example, with the drought, we had a great impact in natural environments, and consequently, our fauna was affected. We had an increase of fires with the increased temperature. We have an intensive use of irrigation in areas which are already critical because of the intensive use of water. We have the change in the quality of our water resources, as is in the case where we have a bloom of water plants, or bringing a very difficult problem for health because of the water quality, and many other impacts which this increase of temperature brings. And we think that they have brought disturbances across the world, and Brazil is no different. We have a survey here of the number of damages that these events have caused, with a lot of problems in terms of the economy. So we have problems to do with inundations and floods, where we have material loss and human losses, with a number of people being impacted. We have data for 2010 and 2019, where over 160 billion in terms of costs because of climate events. And here we have a warning or an alarming information that even in a scenario that is already complex, there are very few municipalities who have a drainage plan which would be able to direct investments to make cities more resilient to these climate events. So this is a data in terms of our sanitation information system. Very few municipalities have the appropriate planning for drainage. So this causes a great impact in our population. We have the number of deaths per 100,000 inhabitants in the various regions of Brazil because of flooding. Many people lose their lives or lose places to live or shelter. So this is the action that managers have to manage water crisis, because when we talk about water crisis, we either talk about excessive water or lack of water, water scarcity. Either we manage droughts or the excess of water. In terms of a number of critical events, we need to have good planning. If we have the appropriate planning, in terms of contingency plans to be able to act during these events, this is very important. Mitigation plans for climate change, adaptation for climate change, for water security, and operational plans in terms of infrastructures are essential, both for droughts and the excess of water. The term water infrastructure needs to be worked to ensure more resiliency for our cities. When we're talking about the excess in terms of drainage systems, and in drought in terms of supply systems and other alternatives, so that we don't have to deal with just one system, so that we can have resilience to our supply. The terms of permissions, in terms of position, this is essential. This instrument needs to consider the rules of operations in times of crisis. Monitoring is essential to bring support to management decision. And of course, we have to act together with municipalities, promoting training programs to increase the resilience of municipalities. Communication, of course, and transparency are essential to bring safety to all of society. So to conclude, in relation to what I wanted to bring to the discussion is the importance of management and monitoring of water resources, adding to what Sophia has said, because we have a number of tools to understand the dynamics and the water behavior of our basins. So this is an example of a screen of how we manage in the various units of the states. We monitor the drought indicators. We have an example bringing an indicator globally used so that it can be compared. It's the standard precipitation index, the SPI, and we also monitor rain in the various regions and through the various water cycles to know whether during that period there's more or less drought or wetter, and what we're going to do in relation to that situation. We have the Plu monitoring, which is a network which is available to all management bodies for free, where we can monitor our rivers and our basins. And we have here an example on how this data will be made available through the mobile, where we can show the importance of having, with transparency, open access to support all municipalities in this mission to make cities more resilient to climate and extreme events. So this is what we had to contribute, and I am here to debate with our other speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mara. It's very important for us to also talk about how the states will work. What are the instruments within government that we have used to address water resources management, and how this fits to the moment when we have these extreme climate events. And as our speakers have already brought within their presentations, the scenarios, what actions are already being developed by organizations, and what's still missing, what do we still need beyond the actions being developed. So we have Sophia and Camila who are present here. What are the actions, both in terms of cities and the Mandir organizations are planning in terms of planning for water resources, and what is still missing for us to get where we should get in relation to the people who are suffering from climate vulnerability?
It's been a few years since I've been working with this front in the Amazon. We have several projects, both from the production and the broadcasting of our data. We had several panels in a partnership with Mandir, and we've been trying to convey this technical discussion that comes from an academic production, and we aim at taking that to the population so we can build this dialogue together. In a sense, we have been trying to reconnect with the rivers. As I said in the beginning, we need to live with them. And we used to do that before this model of a city that is not an Amazon one was imposed on us. We carry out several urban interventions, and we try to implement nature-based solutions that help with sanitation and water management in the communities where we are debating this, especially peripheral areas in Belém, low areas, which have problems accessing waters and problem with the excess of water. So these are the areas that have built with us. So I wanted to introduce the campaign that we had with Campus Brasil, which is called Guardiões dos Rios, or River Guardians. This project was carried out in a number of neighborhoods, and the idea was to deal with the São Joaquim stream, which was channeled in the end of the 90s. And the community didn't take that very well. They used to have a lot of sanitation problems. However, there was an intense relationship with the river. They used to fish, leisure activities, people used to shower, and all of a sudden it became a channel, a canal, and people didn't have access to the water anymore. So the campaign had to do with mapping the women that were in the front of the movement that demanded the stream to come back. Women were the main promoters, and women in the climate debate as a whole, they are in the front when it comes to practical solutions. Because of course there is a role overlap. They built, in that occasion, community groups, and they were able to break the walls around the river. They've planted vegetable gardens, they created a community school, a playground. The majority of those women were also mothers, so they wanted to focus on leisure. Along the river, they've built little kiosks where people meet up and chat. So it was through these women that the stream went back to being a stream, unfortunately polluted nowadays, but a lot closer to the relationship they had with the river before. So this is very interesting because even though they were able to do this, they are still debating. They participate in public meetings, public hearings. They demand an improvement in terms of sanitation, but they want to keep a river that is alive. And the river is one of the main ones that is going to be used for draining reasons during the COP30. They don't want problems to be brought back for their area. The campaign was filmed in a documentary. It's on YouTube, and these women tell their own stories. They talk about how this process happened. We are walking towards what we believe will be a restart of the relationship with the water. This is urgent, and we are in a panel that deals with two very different realities. And for the Amazon reality, climate adaptation plans are at the very beginning. And unfortunately, for Belém, a lot of these plans, these ideas, have similar problems than what we had before. They get ready solutions that come from the south, the center south, and they're replicating that, which is something that didn't work in the past and won't work now. If we have a lot of problems now, it is because this model of replicating was inadequate. We need to get out of the box to think about the adaptation plan for our cities, and this has to take place with societal participation and a constructive, collective construction. The peripheral areas and the low area population, they are the ones who have the best knowledge regarding what works for those areas based on traditional methodologies that are already working. They just need it to be structured. They don't need a transformation of their livelihood. So the climate adaptation plans should come with public hearing and a collective construction that focuses on methodologies that are effective, includes the population, and not just present a project for this population. They should be protagonists in these designs. And finally, still talking about rethinking infrastructures so that they don't replicate problems, goes through articulating the infrastructures. So we have been working with Trama Verde Azul and others so that this process of rethinking is connected to the water basins, the micro basins, which are water bodies that are connected. So trying to work on a specific point won't solve the problems and might increase problems in other areas of the basin. As Hannah said, we need to work with the ecosystem as a whole, with people that have their own dynamics there. And this year, there was a river in the Amazon that has won the right to be a river. That was in Rondônia. They've managed to grant rights to a river to be a river. Of course, this is not going to save all the rivers in Brazil, but the whole discussion was around how that river had the right to be a river as much as the population had the rights to that river. So we need to pay attention to these debates so that we look at our river with more affection, more proximity and resilience so that we can build around that. Thank you. We cannot hear. In this sense, while organization, we have been thinking in a practical way about our organization fronts, which have to do with education, action, and others. What we've been doing and what we'll carry on doing is put pressure on Brazil's climate plan and put pressure on the national adaptation plans so that we can include sanitation and cities as a starting point or as tools, sanitation as a tool and Amazon cities as a starting point. So the problems are thought in a specific manner to take into consideration our context. We are also thinking about research projects that will allow us to better understand how solutions are thought of in the Amazon territories. We need to leave the focus from the south. We need to highlight what's going on in Belém, the solutions, and how people have thought about sanitation and adaptation solutions in that area. Thinking about education, we'll be producing and executing a project with peripheral schools in the city of Belém in order to deepen the discussion around sanitation and adaptation. These two subjects are together, and the young people need to engage in this discussion and contribute in decision-making spaces. We have been working with other Amazon organizations so as to think about solutions that lead us to practical actions in negotiations and conferences, this one, and also contribute that Brazil is a bit bolder in the way they think these things and implement solutions so that we leave the theory and get into a practical realm. Beyond what we do as an organization, we aim at putting pressure on our government so that Brazil is more committed to the adaptation agenda, which is a way for us to reduce our inequalities. We need a real commitment. We need a practical commitment so that we go into action, so that we're not in a resistance position, but rather in a position of fighting against the problem. Well, I'd like to thank you all for your presence. We have 2 minutes, and in these 2 minutes, I would like to ask Sophia and Mara for their final comments. Very briefly, please. 1 minute each. So we have 1 minute. Let's remember it's 3 in the morning in Brazil, so thank you for your availability and for being here. So let's close this debate well. And yes, please, your final words. Thank you for the opportunity. Just briefly, I wanted to mention how Camila, Hannah, and Samila, none of us has an isolated solution. This is a joint construction. We need to foster participation. We need to debate. We carry out several workshops because the solution needs to belong to those who are involved in this issue. It is a
muito que implantar em soluções
multifaceted solution. We have a lot to learn in terms of nature-based solutions. We have been trying pilot projects in São Paulo. We have Infracins, which is a case like you mentioned. So thank you for having me. Yes, I'd like to thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. We are not physically there, but we feel represented. When we talk about waters, several aspects need to be taken into consideration, such as social participation, management bodies, so that we can create plans that reflect reality. I agree with what you said. There is no point replicating a model in a different place without knowing the history and the context of that region. One last message would be, in order to better manage the waters, we need to consider water basin committees as a conductor of the integrated development. We need to strengthen these committees so that they are able to truly represent the region and come up with good plans. Both the National Water Agency and the São Paulo body, we've been trying to work with the committees to provide the best plan for each area. And we need to consider all the green and gray infrastructures and the alternatives that will make the city more resilient. So I just wanted to leave this message. We need to demand that our committees are heard. They are the ones that represent the society, the users, and they can provide an insight on how to manage our waters much better. It was a pleasure, and see you next time. So those, just to close our panel, thank you all, Mara, Sophia, Samela, and Camila. This was a very diverse panel that went through the state government, academia, environmental education, and social mobilization. This is the model we are following to think about solutions. So thank you all that are here and the ones online as well. See you in a bit.
Bom dia a todos e
Good morning, everyone, and good evening, good night to the Brazilians who are watching us online. We're here at COP28 with the brilliant coordination from Apex, a world-class team, and we are going to talk about climate financing and carbon market. So please hold your attention. This will be a quick conversation that won't last much more than an hour, but I'd like to invite Senator Isalci Lucas, who is the president of the Inova Brasil Commission and represents several in our group. It is with great honor that we initiate the Casa Brasil. The video has subtitling.
Sobre mudanças climáticas. A série de trabalhos dessa frente parlamentar apartidária em apoio aos investimentos estrangeiros para o Brasil, o Invest Brasil. Promove a abertura oficial do painel que expõe às senhoras e aos senhores o tema Desenvolvimento Sustentável, Financiamento e Transição Energética. A mediação será feita pela nossa presidente Priscila Menin. Senhoras e senhores, como presidente da Frente Invest Brasil, ressalto que nessa etapa a nossa Casa Maior protagoniza missões internacionais no processo de desburocratização de leis, com vista a oferecer segurança jurídica para a ampliação dos investimentos estrangeiros em nosso país. Muito obrigado.
esse projeto de lei, ele é o projeto de resolução.
This bill is Bill 32 from 2021, which created the Congress Front to support international investments in Brazil. We're going to present our spreadsheet showing you what Invest Brazil is as a platform and how we can contribute in terms of the climate change discussion in our country. It is in English, of course, because we have a diverse public, so English facilitates the communication with the interpreters. So interpreters will also translate into Portuguese if need be. So carbon credits and climate finances combined with legal security for international investments. I am Priscila Menin, and I'm president of the Superior Council of Invest Brazil, which is an initiative of the Brazilian Senate. We have Lucas Bartman, who is a founding partner for a company called Menestes Capital. We also have Wicker Batista, which is a partner of Lucas, Luis Góes, who is our corresponding friend from Dubai, and he's going to talk about blockchains. It is very important that we understand the UAE market in terms of legislation so that we can challenge it and assimilate it in our public power. And we have Leandro, who is my partner and is the president of Invest Brazil, dealing with the fund operations and creation, both private funds like family offices and sovereign funds. So we have a team of very responsible people with a brilliant academic background. If you want to receive the CV of each one, please do ask and we can send it via email. We're going to start talking about some ESG problems that we face. And when we talk about ESG, I'd like to invite one of my colleagues here. Lucas is going to speak. Good morning, everyone. Very well. So to start this panel, we chose a very delicate subject. And I will begin by citing someone who spoke during the COP. King Dalio spoke 2 days ago, and he said that it is not enough to be ESG, it has to be profitable. So he made this provocation. We know that a challenge to all managers, and I am talking directly to managers here, credit managers, investment managers, banks, finances. We have a challenge in our portfolios, which is to maintain profitability while being able to carry out ESG policies. This is definitely a challenge, as King Dalio said. How can you carry out ESG initiatives without losing profitability? We have been doing this in Brazil, and a few years ago, we started a pilot project and we invited an investment fund, which is a partner. So the challenge was to find within this fund's portfolio the possibility of implementing ESG policies within the credit score model, but of course, including ESG variables. We carried out an analysis in the portfolio, trying to find opportunities to implement ESG policies without losing profitability. This was tested, and we were successful in some cases. It is part of an initiative to try and raise a flag or find a light in the end of the tunnel when it comes to the subject. We know it is a difficult theme. A lot of managers don't want to talk about it. We know managers are under pressure. A lot of funds are losing profitability. The world's under pressure. We have high interest rates, high inflation rates. We've just left a pandemic behind. And due to climate change, regardless of profitability, we need to act. So the objective today is to talk specifically with these people who have a decision-making power and that can, with us, work to promote change. Our objective with Invest Brasil is to take resources to Brazil. We are applying this work there. Of course, it's got a small reach for now, but the potential is huge. We could reach more than 10,000 companies. We want to capture resources for Brazil, of course, but the idea is to create possibility and provide a light in the end of the tunnel. Talk to managers and light up the way. We want to show that it is possible, that we are doing it in Brazil. We are open to collaboration and technology transfer. We want to broaden this work in Brazil and be an example for the world. The concept is what we call green credit, and this is its proposal. Because if we think about it, other managers, well, if you're buying a company's shares, of course you analyze what they're doing in terms of ESG, but when you are to give credit to this company, you don't do the same work. And this happens with the same company. So a company that is listed, banks will often buy shares or recommend buying, but won't offer credit based on ESG. And we advocate for this tool. We should stimulate companies, especially when we talk about middle market, because large companies do have access to subsidized resources. They are carrying out this work. But when we talk about middle market, especially in Brazil, there are company owners that have no idea of what ESG is, and they are responsible for large companies with good profitability, and they do nothing about it. So portfolio managers should include ESG as a variable, shouldn't be so restrictive. As a first step, they should measure what these companies are doing, and then we can evolve, we can bring the regulator to the debate and broaden the question. Lucas, I introduced backwards because, of course, it's harder to talk and to listen to these presentations from Brazil, but I will go back to Invest Brazil and I will talk about it so you can understand what it does. Invest Brazil is a platform that was created inside the Brazilian Senate through a law, Resolution 32/2021, which culminated with a decree by Senator Rodrigo Pacheco, number 16 of 2021, which creates the Parliamentary Front in support of foreign investments in Brazil. The Parliament requires a lot of work and dedication, and they need the organized civil society to help. And the Institute Invest Brazil is a precursor of technical action so that we can bring international investments to the agenda with compliance and legal security. So our proposal is to use the non-partisan membership of the Senate to take this issue ahead. And the Senate's facilitation comes with making laws less bureaucratic, with our support, of course, to structure opportunity portfolios so that we can take effective international investment actions to all states of Brazil. Please have a look. This is our platform from left to right. We have Senator Isalci and all the ministries from our previous government. We had Minister of Finance and Itamaraty, which is our Foreign Affairs Minister. He was present in our meetings, and these are sort of public hearings that bring to the agenda legislative acts that can modernize legislation. I am the president of the Invest Brazil Institute. We have on the other side an ambassador for 10 Arab countries. We always involve embassies to participate in our meetings so that they have a way in to be able to talk about bilateral interests. We have Eliana Nogueira, who at the time was a senator. She's the mother of Ciro Nogueira. She was replacing him. And towards the end, we have a member of the organized civil society. So during the Senate coffee breaks, obviously the Senate is non-partisan. So all the member senators are from a number of different parties, and the strategy is not to use politics to carry out international fostering of investments. We are working in a non-partisan way in order to structure the dialogue and attract investment of foreign institutions that are in Brazil. I talked about the Senate coffee breaks. That's a congressman that is inside the meeting. He was talking about cannabis, which is a very technical discussion. We had Senator Paulo Paim, Mara Gabrilli, and they are the national vice presidents for Invest Brazil.
After 4 years, we changed the chairman as we had the rapporteur. Now he's the national president. If he was tomorrow a governor for his state, he will not occupy this position, and then we will elect the new national senator. This is a project. It was even asked by the government of Bahrain in the embassy of Bahrain, where they said that Brazil still has closed doors in terms of international investment. And I asked why, because there's no hospitality. We have a country which is very large, a huge place for opportunities, but our airports don't have infrastructure to receive these authorities, these international authorities. And so they mentioned the sheiks did not come to Brasilia because we didn't have a 6-star hotel for these people to stay in. So from 2024, we aim to construct a pavilion for international authorities in order to have a cash flow, because we have to pay for everything, and we want to deliver the best quality for our investors and for those people who will be welcomed and received by us with excellent provisions. We are going to shelter or have our local senators, our local judges and ministers, and the local government and agencies, country agencies in their mission, and also the missions when we implement this for other countries, they will be able to, for example, have a shower in our VIP rooms so that diplomats who travel considerably can use that space as a hotel. So this design was for the pavilion of authority that already exists since the 1950s in São Paulo, in the Congonhas airport. So this is an experience we already have in Brazil, which we want to implement in the 27 states for the country and in the countries where we want to do bilateral connections. Hospitality, unfortunately, in Brazil, we do not have these areas of infrastructure for delegations. So we're a little worried because we're on COP20 in Expo Dubai, which is incredible. It was done for Expo 2020. It has an incredible infrastructure to get something similar in the world. But we are just starting, and we need to be looking towards the future for these large concentrations to have the missions of countries which already have this practice. We also have to learn from them in the issue of hospitality. Invest Brazil went through the Banco do Brasil platform. So this is a body within the Banco do Brasil, which has a platform for Brazil, for the Brazilian government, the UN. So Invest Brazil is part of this platform, which is a governmental platform where we managed to bring resources, and it's fully audited and exchange of infrastructure, which within Banco do Brasil, which provides a lot of legal certainty. So with our projects, we hope that they are aligned to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We have an Agenda 2030. We know that we have 7 years for this to be achieved, and we hope, and we're very bold in Brazil, and we hope to bring to Brazil from south to north the concept of the 17 sustainable goals and teach our people to respect the ecosystem. And I even said in the talk with Minister Marina Silva that we can't just talk about climate change if people are dying of hunger. So people need to eat. The basic cost the fundamental rights of people is to be able to have dignity, to sleep and to eat. So through climate change, we have to implement dignity to our Brazilian people. Some senators have commented that in the north, the environmentalists are always fighting with our Brazilian people. But we are there for decades, for hundreds of years, and we deserve to be respected in face of the ecosystem. So we need to have a vision from investment for the indigenous people, for the riverside dwellers, to take ESGs and climate change to these people and in this way be able to follow the stages, first in eradicating hunger, poverty, and finally means of implementation, the 17 ODSs, of the SDGs, sorry. And we hope to become a member. We've already delivered the documents so that we can move towards this objective. Our strategic partners here, when we talk about international investments, when we talk about legal certainty, when we talk about financial structure actions, we can't deal with just any company. So we have a few that we're considering, which are doing all the control, the governance of the Invest Brazil Institute. João Silveira is one of the founder partners of the council, of the board. So we have also the public sector, Banco do Brasil, funding, financial platform, financial structure, and he's a custodian for the government through the qualification of the government accounts. And finally, we have the American bank, Mellon Pershing, is one of the great custodians in the world. So all our assets in terms of international resources, when we have to work with exchange rates, the Mellon Group has an account from New York in Invest Brazil, where all the financial structuring will have the custody of this great bank. Our missions. This was in the Emirates, in the Arab Emirates, Dubai 2020, and in our missions, we're going to move towards a paradigm change. So we have the constitutional role because we're part. So what does the state do and what does the Senate do? It has to regulate and promote municipalities, states, the federation of our country. So we're going to start working the missions with our governors. We're going to invite our governors, our mayors. We have over 5,000 mayorships that need technical support, management, and support, international support. Our projects will be based on ESG. This is our governance. All our structure goes through compliance, internal and external monitoring. We have the topic commissions, CFO, CEO, presidents, chairman, and bringing important people to our board. And we are inviting the Bank of China and members of Bank of China and members of the Bank of America. I had a good conversation with a member of the Tsar in the government of Abu Dhabi. We're going to bring notable people to control our investment actions because we want to leave a legacy for our country. I always say this to our senators. All positions and mandates, Invest Brazil and their members leave legacies. And as this is what we always say, Invest Brazil is our slogans. Tomorrow has arrived and the future is today. Without bureaucracy, I think it's time for us to move to another level the country has one of the greatest ecosystems and biomes. It has a lot of adversities, but also a lot of attractions in terms of tourism. Everyone who is Brazilian here knows that there's still a lot to be explored in a technical way, but we need to bring, as there is something here similar in Abu Dhabi, a Ministry of Happiness. This was instituted to serve well Brazilian tourists and international tourists. So we need to start to educate our people through public policies in order to receive the international tourists, and then we will be able to reach great gains. And it's a great investment for all the Brazilian people, so they can have dignity working, but promoting tourism. And we will continue in a second part talking about ESG, if it's possible to implement these actions. So we have with the weaker. I think it's possible, yes. As you said, it's the current reality. It's from what we know of the financial markets, we can complement this. We can implement this through credit. So it's a strange question. How can we implement ESG policies through loans, through credits? The businessman or somebody who's receiving credit. We're just talking about businessman to provide an illustration. When he gets credit, he is subjected to certain rules. So you ask for documents, and there's a whole part of bureaucracy so that he can be approved in terms of receiving that loan. There are problems with the microphone. Also, you can talk about legal certainty as well. You can talk about legal certainty, what are the means of its implementation, so that we can conclude, because I have concern that we may not have the time for everyone to speak. So you talk about ESG, financial structuring, and how we can bring together carbon markets and climate change as well. So let's go step by step. Let me just finish my thinking, and then we can let other people talk. We can talk about legal certainty, yes. But what is the way for us to be able to implement this today? Through credit, we can stimulate business people they have to follow certain rules so that when to be provided with a loan or credit. And so we need and can encourage them with ESG policies, being a way into receiving these credits. So it's a way of affecting or impacting on many people. So when Lucas mentioned in the that there's a potential for reaching 10,000 companies, we know the more developed countries, the greater companies that already have an ESG governance, they are already aware, and that helps already. But when we're talking about the middle market, which is the smaller businessman, which sometimes has a lot of impact, but they don't yet have those ESG company policies. And through loans, we can encourage a much greater number of companies. Although this is already a reality, we can provide some examples. So I don't want to just spend too long talking. We can talk about legal certainty. I don't know if you can move on to other people. So I don't know how you'd like to go ahead. Let's continue talking about this issue, which I think is very important, which is this idea of ESG is nebulous because we can't monitor. There is no ESG certificate or seal. It's something that's just starting. It's an embryonic project with people who have common sense, because it depends on you. You offer or provide credit to the consumer. So what happens? You manage to encourage cheaper credit for those who are working according to those requirements. So we have some investment for this strategy because these are people with common sense who start to take the first step so that things can happen. Ideally, we should have a regulatory body, more applicable legislation that would impact on businesses so that it's not something subjective as it is today. So let's talk a little bit about the security. How do you manage this? I wanted to comment that we've been talking in the last few days. Invest Brazil can have an important role, a fundamental role in this. How do we monitor this? How do we just think in our management, we have ESG criteria in terms of credit. So the tendency would be that we would lose competitivity. So if I apply this ESG criteria, I'm going to restrict my demand for credit. So we see that in Invest Brazil, we can see a possibility of leveling this. There's some type of certification or portfolio. We can see this. We need you to do this leveling. Today, ICA, in our group, we have the tools and we're trying to make the difference with these tools, but it's difficult to compete with grants, with granted resources. We lose a little competitivity in this way. As I said, as King Dalio said, we try to have profitability because we can't capture cheap money. So with our tools, we're trying to implement this with business people. So that you are paying for this, let us say, to implement this. So it'd be good if you could have some sort of benefits. It may be a fiscal benefit or a token or some sort of exchange currency, so we can balance the situation in terms of legal certainty in relation to this. In terms of investment funds, it's important for us as Invest Brazil, who's capturing foreign currency to invest in bottlenecks. What have you got to say about legal certainty of the Brazilian market? Because as few people know that sometimes we're stigmatized by a negative vision of Brazilians as negotiators. The Brazilian financial market is one of the most developed in the world. We've learned a lot when we had high inflation, and those who are older will remember this. We have a regulated market and a self-regulated market as well. Institutions like CVM and BIMA, we have a high level of legal certainty, both for Brazilian investors and foreign investors. We have to applaud the Brazilian bodies who do this with a lot of competence. So we don't see any problems from the legal point of view. If you can tell us a little bit about the structure of the funds, who participates and who fiscalizes. so that people can have a clear notion, as this video will then be interpreted in a number of languages, so that people can understand the legal certainty of the fund, so that they can have trust to be able to invest with us. So if you could market Invest Brazil for us, the investment fund is like it's a condominium, is a set of those people who participate, shareholder in various markets. So you convert those resources into a type of fund. The funds that we can be bringing and which could have an impact in ESG, credit funds. We think we can do this through figures. I'm sorry to cut you, but the participants are those who are supervised by Bacen and CVM. We have an administrator. I just want to go back. We do this through loans, where we think will have great impacts. Understanding the management is done by a managing company that is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Beyond this, we have the administrator. And in some ways, these are some of the big Brazilian banks, especially for this area of credit. They are middle-sized banks which work in this area, and they are regulated by the Brazilian Central Bank. There are permits which, for you to receive or a license, to receive a custodian license, for you to get a license with the central bank is a complex system. So if you start from zero, it can take up to 2 years to be able to do so. There's a whole trial period. It's not something simple to do. These are institutions that have very serious, have a lot of responsibility. Thank you. From the Invest Brazil side, we are establishing sovereign funds to invest in projects like yours and other projects where there are bottlenecks that we've been facing in our country. So we are open to structuring, especially of ideas, and talking to the investment funds so that this can take place in a sustainable way. And I would also like to move on to ask Luis. Sorry, Luis, he is the cherry of our cake. He's going to be, he's from here in Dubai, and we want to make this link later, so we'll leave him to the end. So I'll carry on talking. So I just want to pass on to our friend here because he wants to say, because they say women talk a lot, but there are men who talk a lot as well. I just wanted to add what Iki said about legal certainty. What I like a lot about the Brazilian system is its self-regulation. What we can see is that those who participate in the market, they self-regulate themselves, they self-monitor. So you have the management of a fund, and then we have the bank who does the custodian and administration side. The manager, the managing company, if it takes a decision during its management to breaks that regulation, the administration will block. And they are both responsible, including for the actual person and not the company is liable to this. So if you put the name of the fund and its tax number, you can bring up file where you can see what bank does the administration, the managing company, and the name of the actual physical manager. And what you can see, you make that person liable, the person that's management. And this information is public, so any investor has this information if they get into the Securities and Exchange Commission. So if a manager takes the wrong decision, which is not in the interest of the investors, the managing company needs to report this. So things only happen if everybody is in agreement. So I wanted to add this point because I think it's very essential for our legal certainty. And as you mentioned, in terms of the regulation of the funds, in order to move forward a little bit, to explain the complexity of this subject, because it's maybe specific to the financial market, but it's important for us to understand how broad it is and what its scope. So if we think about the regulation, anybody who's invested, you sign a term of adhere, and you know how that fund is regulated. And they stipulate some rules that you cannot, the manager of that fund cannot run away, to move away from those rules. And automatically, if this fund is not within the rules in terms of its total assets, then the manager, the managing company or the manager has a time frame to come back within the rules according to legislation. So if it's not within that time frame, so he needs to be controlled. So there are rules. You can't do things any old way you want. You need to follow the regulations in place. This is very interesting. It shows the complexity of our Brazilian legislation. And there's no way that people can break the rule in Brazil, because sometimes people say that Brazil is full of corruption, that people are not easy to deal with, but our regulations are very technical. So this approach that we have in terms of fund structuring, investments, and anchors, if you go in through the right door in Brazil, you will be sure that you will have the effective outcome for your investment, both in terms of carbon credits or investment in terms of climate. In Brazil, there are regulations in terms of the carbon credits, because what is if you could explain what you mean by papelaria, because these are lobby groups who have titles which are not published, and they try to sell as if those were his. And there are a number of calls. So our greatest problems is who you talk to, how you talk to, and who you're going to approach. The Institute Invest Brazil is a link, a legal link, which is effective through a resolution from the Senate. So we have this official through the Senate, through the Brazilian Parliament. And through Invest Brazil, we have legal certainty through specialists and technical professionals who are going to structure compliance and ensure that all these actions are actually legitimate, so that we can pass to the foreign investor a concept of outcomes, of results, a structured project, due diligence to the companies. If these international investors are interested to acquire partnerships with Brazilian companies, we have the ability to prepare these companies in terms of international resources. So our team of resources, funds, structuring, and also to conclude with my colleague Luis Góes. He's going to talk about legal certainty of the relationship between Dubai, when we talk about tokenization, the demystification, this in relation to currency.
As pessoas aqui têm um jeitinho
Dubai, people have the Brazilian way as well. People have the Brazilian way as well in Dubai. But this is just a joke. The Brazilian people are very serious, of course. But here, can tokenization companies come here like Bitcoins? Can they be like a free-for-all in this digital universe? Just answering your question, there is no Brazilian way. The market is really regulated. When we talk about Dubai, we're talking about a city of the future, and they are managing governance and digital asset regulation a lot quicker than other jurisdictions. But we have others in Europe, such as Latvia and others of the east of Europe. So I just wanted to ask to talk about some things that were mentioned during this debate, focuses on the subject of this panel. In your introduction, you quoted the Minister for Environment in Brazil, and today we're talking about sustainability and ESG, but this would be impossible to talk about if we don't relate that to the hunger of populations in Brazil. In Brazil, we deal with a lot of issues top-down, and several debates here at the COP offer a silver bullet. It is as if funds or large players invested in our projects, but no, when we talk about blockchain, that is related to Invest Brazil because it is a spine for the organized civil society, and the blockchain, which is a distributed ledger, is the only technology that allows for democracy and accessibility to investments. And I'm talking about the organized civil society here. So when we create tokenization projects, crowdfunding projects, we allow for common people to access real estate. We allow for common people to access social projects, access with transparency, with due diligence, and everything that is done not with an external audit, but through the blockchain itself, they can access products from the platform Invest Brazil. We talked about funds, and I know our panelists have a lot of knowledge about this, but during the COP28, we are talking about a country which is the 9th largest economy in the world. Our economic balance sheet is based on the agricultural sector, and I believe that resources are in the hands of the middle class. And if the middle class can access a platform that democratizes access through this resource, I believe that our nation would have the strength to resolve problems, conflicts, and demands that the society needs to resolve, and that would be the result of using the blockchain. I just wanted to complement to demystify the blockchain issue. The central bank in Brazil is creating the digital real, which is based on blockchain technology. It will be launched in 2024 or 2025. And the blockchain is not bad. It is the currencies that were created inside this system. These are problematic, but the technology is here to help and democratize the investments. Pri? No, we still have time. We have up until 11:45. I thought we only had about 30 seconds. We have a larger public, so we can touch upon other subjects. Can the public ask questions? If so, feel free to participate. You will be shown all over Brazil. You have the opportunity to be on YouTube. So please ask questions. We have time. Since we have time, I can speak a bit longer. I wanted to offer the floor to Luiz again. But first, let's talk about the agro bottleneck, especially when it comes to grains. We had a record harvest last year, and we sold our production with 20% discount below the world average. We have a serious problem in Brazil, which is the silos issue. A lot of producers do not have silos. And one of the solutions that was introduced and that we are thinking over is the security in company, which is, so to say, in local custody, which means using the blockchain technology, we can tokenize the harvest and the stock of grains so that they're not left in the middle of the road and so that producers are able to negotiate higher prices. So can you talk about how you could help us in the country through the technology? I am the CEO of a blockchain in Dubai, and we have more than 500,000 users in the world, mainly in Europe. We work with a number of blockchain projects. And one of the things you mentioned, Leandro, and it's very interesting, is the fact that in Brazil, the digital identity card will be done through a blockchain. We will have the central bank digital currency, which is the digital real. So the blockchain is more and more becoming part of our routine. Our Apex friends have the Emirates ID, and behind that ID, you have a blockchain signature. People don't understand how the technology is adopted and used. And I will congratulate you for this question, because when you talk about commodity tokenization, this is a really important topic, because when we talk about crypto or token, we don't mean currencies. You can talk about crypto commodities, crypto contracts, crypto bonds, crypto anything. There is a public video on the internet with an MIT professor that talks about the tokenization of everything. We talked about the SEC, and 2 weeks ago, the president of the SEC in Brazil said that the future of the stock market will be tokenized assets. So the sooner we deal with it, the better. Yesterday, the president of the central bank in Brazil said we shouldn't resist this market. Perhaps we could mention Itaú, which is one of the largest banks in Brazil and has the custody of blockchains and bitcoins, which is a cryptocurrency. So the sooner we adapt to the technology, the more we will take hold of benchmarks and success cases that we can take to Brazil. So the pioneering attitude from Invest Brasil Institute, which brings this possibility to the civil society through blockchain, through crowdfunding, stimulates people to participate in this project. And they can have all the benefits that come with it, like tax deductions and others. And they are allowed to participate in actions, because our people has an ethos of being a volunteer to resolve our issues. Luis, for you to close the discussion, you said Invest Brazil has to do with tokenization because it is accessible to all. Just to make it clear, you could be a middle-class person and be the shareholder of a luxury hotel through Invest Brazil. Say I'm going to open up a luxury hotel for the COP30 in Pará in 2025, and we'll tokenize this structure. How would this work? How can the middle class access this to become a shareholder for a hotel fund, for instance? Very interesting. And we are launching a project like this. Say we want to build a 20 million real hotel. We launch 1,000 tokens of 1,000 reais. They will then sign electronic contract which has legal validity. Brazil has a legislation and regulates this. It is as if you signed the contract in a notary's office, and with 1,000 reais, you are a shareholder of this hotel. So everything in that hotel, restaurants, the lobby, everything that moves the trade in that hotel, you will be receiving results from that. You'll receive dividends because you are a shareholder. Yes? I think he wants to ask a question. Please do.
É melhor no púlpito, eles ficam mais chique, posicionado.
Come here, come to the front and ask your question. Thank you for the opportunity. Please say your name, what state you come from, and what you do, so we know who we're speaking with. I am Marcelo Rodrigues, and I'm the VP for the Business and Innovation of IVP. We are a national company that is 50 years old. I am here on behalf of our CFO, and we manufacture batteries, lithium batteries in Brazil. So our CFO wants to hear about how we can access these assets. What's the journey? Because we are prepping for an IPO based on a venture capital structure, but it is very stimulating what we can offer in the process of energy transition through this structure. Your name? Marcelo. All right, Marcelo, as the president of the fund structuring and business structuring, your project would come to us. There is a location in our website that will receive your subscription, will require documentation. We can have a meeting to understand better your project and how we can add to the country so that we can present this to our international investors to show that your project could make a difference, whether that is through an investment fund or a shareholding fund, following the compliance, the SEC and central bank regulations, so that your company could then reach its objective. Thank you very much. Did I answer? Yes? Okay. Marcelo, just to complement, Invest Brazil, as Leandro said, is building its own investment fund, and this fund can act as a resource capture fund. You will have a profitability from or a yield leaving money in this fund. It would be better than a deposit fund, which is linked to the Selic index. So you would be making a little bit more than the Selic index to leave your money in this fund. And through this fund, Invest Brazil would then carry on with impact investments, providing credit to enterprises that stimulate ESG. So you could help by investing in the Invest Brazil fund. So I think this is the moment to show what Brazil is doing and see what the world's doing. So thank you very much. This will definitely help us growing in ESG. Thank you, Marcelo. And as Heitor said, it is people with goodwill and good actions that make the country move. So when you Invest Brazil, you are investing in the future of our company. I'd like to thank my children who are back home, because otherwise they will be angry with me. Well, I let you do that because it's UN. It's a UN event. We're all here because of our children and what we're going to leave for them. So we need to think about that. When you're investing in Invest Brazil, you're investing in the future of the country. Yeah, I hope we get to Belém with a concrete case. Would anyone else talk? Does anyone else want to talk? Yes? Do you want to speak? No? Oh, she was just helping me. Just one thing that I wanted to say to Marcelo. Your company, Marcelo, I'm sure we'll get to know the company a bit better, but I'm sure you already capture investments, whether that is through debt or debentures. Oh, wow. Okay, debentures. So what we've been advocating for is that in a debenture issuing process or other types of capture, we need to understand what you're doing so that we can develop a line for you, project financing for your company. So we can sometimes access subsidized resources through Invest Brazil so that we can create a line that will meet your needs. I don't know if you were here when I talked about it, but we are developing credit score models. And I'm talking about real life. I'm not talking about multilateral development bank projects. I'm talking about middle market companies that need to grow, that need support. And we've been developing these models, including ESG variables in these models and giving ideas to these companies. I'll mention a case. Vitor, behind you, is the CEO of a large fund in Brazil, and he helped us a lot in developing a credit score model. We took some companies from his portfolio, and there was one company that had an approved limit, and we offered to double the limit. We increased our risk exposure there in a safe manner, of course, but so that they were able to trade solar panels. They were helping supermarkets in Brazil, and based on this analysis, we were able to broaden their trade of solar panels. So it was an increase in risk, but in a safe manner. They didn't require any subsidized funds, so we're talking about market figures. We were able to keep the profitability of the portfolio, the investment capture. The company owner opened a new line for a new product. So the company owner won, the fund won, and of course the investors won. What we're trying to advocate for is that you can implement ESG inside companies without losing profitability and maintaining this ecosystem. This is the point. And with Invest Brazil, we are trying to create some sort of a certification for this. Funds like Victor's, which operate this type of thing and strive to do it, should be certified. And I hope that we'll reach the utopic scenario of offering credit for less, because companies like yours deserve subsidized capital. We need companies like yours, and we need funds like Victor's that allow us to develop this change. What Lucas is saying has to do with Invest Brasil's DNA and scope. Our executive secretariat supports and technically informs the Federal Senate about international investments. So we need to regulate this through a more technical legislation that is based on results. We are going to work on this with a lot of participation, including companies in the sector, so that we can improve the conversation with the legislative branch so as to lessen bureaucracy. Senators can then look at this proposal from a compliance-based outlook, a systemic outlook. Through Invest Brasil, we aim at including CEPAC-LEG. We created a space for that in Brasilia. This will be the first legislative and academic research center based on science and research processes. So the Brazilian legislative branch creates legislation based on justification or legality matters. That is, you analyze whether a norm or a bill is constitutional or whether there is anything else there or if it creates a conflict. So we want to create a research center so that congressmen from the entire country and researchers have access to technical reports that come from several countries with real information, no fake news, scientific and academic information, so that our legislative branch can improve the legislation. If we don't have this, we provide justifications, we provide technical aspects, we present success cases from other countries based on data. Luis, when he talked about blockchain, well, he's been working with this for 5 years in Dubai. And in Brazil, we are way ahead. We already have little bureaucracy when it comes to the central bank, but we still need these methodologies so as to prevent falling into a finance abyss due to the legal uncertainty that Bitcoin promotes. And obviously, our bodies such as the federal police know that this type of currency is used for money laundering, drug trading, activities that don't comply with a democratic activity. We are all co-responsible for making a difference in our country. We all want a better Brazil, and there is no point just focusing on the negative. We need to stop thinking that Congress people do not represent us. We've voted in them. We have to vote in our Congress people. So let's focus on results. Let's focus on access to everyone. We need to help in the construction of public policies. All developed countries have a community agent and a body of organized civil society that is there. We have this in Brazil, which are the fronts that are used, focused on policy. And Instituto Invest Brasil is a reality showing that organized civil society have a doorway to get into this. For people who want to leave a legacy, come. Us We in the Institute are a non-profit organization, and we can provide a conversation. And within this ecosystem, we can develop public policies that the UN promotes with more than 100 countries. And we can give this to the Brazilian people. One of the main conversations in the COP fora is the fact that there is a lot of promise, but not a whole lot of continuity. So we are here at COP28 to carry on best practices so that by 2030 we can make a difference. We have about 2 minutes for final comments. And if you don't want to make a final comment, thank you anyway. Just a quick one. Faria Lima represents the Brazilian financial market. São Paulo. Yeah, Faria Lima. And there is a distance between Faria Lima and any political initiative. When we talk to our peers, there is a lot of distrust in supporting any movement like that. We always carry this distrust as well, but I just wanted to point out that this parliamentary front, the Invest Brazil platform, since the invitation they made for us to participate in this panel, they never demanded any political bias or anything like that. There is no political ideology in this group. I don't know if Priscilla is a lefty, a righty, a center. I wanted to point this out so that our peers in Faria Lima stop running away from this type of movement. We need company owners, managers, and banks to engage. As we said, this is a Senate front. It is not a partisan movement. I didn't feel anything like that here, and I wouldn't point it out if it wasn't true. So, while the political class and Faria Lima don't understand that they can indeed work together, society will lose. So, our objective here is to help. That's why we're here participating in this panel. We wanted to show that you can make a difference with people who are serious and committed. So here's the invitation for Faria Lima to get into this. We need everyone's support. The climate change problems, social problems, governmental problems are everyone's problems. These are a people's problem, and we're all people here. So while we have this gap, society will be losing. So we need everyone's support. I wanted to thank your participation and and just a complimentary point. When we talk about climate, we need to take into consideration populational growth, not just greenhouse gases, because populational growth truly demands more expenditures, more carbon emissions. And when we think about Brazil, we need to organize ourselves. We need to demystify certain things. Very qualified people and technical people need to be in the front of this. With a little bit of common sense will go a long way, because sometimes we have to feel the pain in order to help something go ahead. So congratulations for your initiative. This is great. And I'd like to thank everyone and invite all Brazilians, company owners, population, get in touch with us. If you want to know more, if you want to put a project by us, please feel free to. The channel is open. We have a website for Invest Brazil, and through the website you will see our email address, our phone number. There is a form and you can register there. And thank you all for being here. We have Brazilians, we have people from abroad, so let the world know Brazil is alive and will carry on growing. Of course, thinking about the Brazilian people. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank the participation for being present. And I hope they've been able to contribute. Our platform has opened doors so that together with the organized civil society, we can do great projects together with Invest Brazil and for our planet as well. Because that's what we came to debate. Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank everyone and would like to thank those who are present here. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Thank you. So I'd like to thank Sergio Patrick, who's here. He's from CNN. Sergio, please come forward. Come and be with us. He's a correspondent for the CNN. We've already finished with our time. He's my cousin, so I'm suspect, but he's a very special person, especially for me. He works very hard, works in the USA, looks after his children almost alone. I know he has his wife, but he spent a long time looking after his children. He is also in the Aparecida channel with a documentary, and SBT too, another channel. It's important to have photos and videos and to divulge this great work that you're doing with Invest World. Thank you very, very much with Invest Brazil. Thank you very much. And he's also good looking in the TV, and he's live here in Dubai.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Boa
Good
tarde.
morning, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Ronaldo Cristofolex, and I am from the Federal University of São Paulo and an executive secretary for Cultura Oceânica. And it is a huge pleasure to be here talking about this panel that will cover the topics of cities, harbors, and conservation in this integrated effort to have resilient cities that are adapted to climate change. Before calling the first of our guests, I wanted to give you a history of what we have at the moment. We'll have a panel that is based on a document that is called Building Blue Cities. This document comes from a co-production process that was carried out with representatives from secretariats of 21 municipalities of Brazil during a summit that took place in Santos in October 2022. This document brings a perspective for us to understand how to have cities that are bluer, more sustainable, and respect the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement. We need to highlight the co-production question, which is a question that was discussed during the workshop, and it also has to do with a lot of the partnerships that the Alliance has carried out in 2022 and 2023, and all voices are listened to in a horizontal manner. This is a methodology that was developed by a research project that supported several other projects. This was led by the Brazilian Alliance, Cultura Oceânica, coordinated by the Federal University of São Paulo, Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation, and UNESCO Brazil. And there is an invitation here to understand how cities relate to oceans. This was also carried on with the partnership with Grupo Boticário and CNPq, which is a research fostering body in Brazil. With that, I would like to invite our first panelist online, Janaína Bumba, project manager for Grupo Boticário Foundation. Janaína, welcome. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Então é prazer enorme estar aqui, né, mesmo do outro lado do oceano.
It is a huge pleasure to be here from the other side of the ocean talking to you, thinking and discussing what a blue city is. And it is 5 a.m. in Brazil, so I'm going to allow myself to be a bit philosophical. I just wanted to talk about what is blue. And I did a quick research, and it talks about all of the characteristics of the color blue, and it helps us have a backdrop on what a blue city could be. So this is a basic color based on which others can be created. Several religions also use blue as their color. In our Western civilization, it's perceived as a male color, but in other civilizations, it was a female color. So from a distance, the Earth is blue, but also from a closer perspective it is. So to you, what is a blue city? We asked this question to a number of managers that represented 21 municipalities in Brazil, and the answer wasn't unique. There are several possibilities, layers, perspectives. So the document doesn't provide a unique formula or a unique guide of what a blue city is, because each city has their own social, cultural, and economic reality. And this document is a first step to discuss and co-construct blue cities. Blue cities aim at strengthening sustainability relations with the oceans that goes through public policies, but also civil society actions. And it doesn't matter if the city is close to the sea or not, because countryside cities can also be blue. I will share a document that we created, and the best way of demonstrating what it is to show it. We've organized this document into 7 areas that will guide us in this discussion and will guide us to divide the information onto several areas such as tourism, sanitation, hospitality, a number of other areas that can be connected to the municipality and will help the municipality reach the challenges of the 2030 agenda. I will share my screen with you.
Pronto. Então, esse é o documento que nós temos.
This is our document. And this document is part of an organization of subjects bringing qualified information, but with a dynamic language that is easy to understand, focused on different publics, and exploring visual language that uses images and infographics or info charts that can be downloaded and used in several different ways. This first gives an idea of the relationship between cities and oceans, talking about how blue cities relate to tourism, sanitation, agriculture, a number of subjects. You can also see an info chart that connects the 7 main results expected for this decade, connected to SDG 14. And also in this external circle, we have the 10-decade challenges for the oceans. There is a share button at the bottom. And here I'm talking about where we started. We started with education, and this will give you an idea of the document structure. For each one of these subjects, we provide general information about the connection of the theme with blue cities, some data and figures, and which SDGs these subjects are related to and which decade challenges they're related to. We provide success cases as inspirations, and we relate the theme with the blue cities. This is from the Secretariat of Barcarena in Pará, who have worked with several educational initiatives. This is a municipality that included oceanic culture in the curriculum, and a number of suggestions of what can be done on other municipalities in order to relate this theme to their day-to-day. The document will be available to all. Another theme is a blue economy. Another info chart. I hope that the connection is good. And I'm going to stop a little bit on resilience and climate adaptation, which is the subject that unites us here. Cities are in the front line fighting climate change. They need resilience and adaptation, and the solution goes through nature, our ecosystems that provide services such as carbon capture. This is a subject we need to work on and explore more. And in this document, we still don't have some data that were launched recently, which is looking after coral reefs. Coral reefs have a role to protect the coastline, and Brazil does not have to invest about 160 billion reais due to the services that are provided by coral reefs by preventing, for example, flooding, storms. So this shows that they don't just have an ecologic importance, but also a social importance. So all the data are here, and you'll be able to see it. Here I'm talking about sanitation, health, and finally conservation, which is one of the main tools towards adapted cities. At the end of the document, we provide several cards that can be downloaded and shared about blue cities. So you can add the name of your city, you can use each one of the themes, what a blue city is, for example, in tourism, in education, and you can use this for presentations, for workshops, etc. So this was a summary about our document. It will be available in the Grupo Boticário Foundation. And due to the time zone difference, well, it will be available today, but later on. A lot of these examples that we gave for each area are connected to, for example, health data, conservation data, and this demonstrates that all of these are intimately connected and cannot be worked from a fragmented point of view. And in the psychology of colors, blue is a color of infinite dimensions, like the color of the sky and the sea. So I'd like to invite everyone to use the unlimited possibility to seek the blue that our cities needs. Thank you. Have a good event. Thank you, Janaína, for this explanation and for presenting this document. I would like now to invite all panelists to come here to the front. You can all join us, please. We now have a group of panelists that represent the face of the Brazilian Alliance for Ocean Culture. We have people from the government, from the academia, from civil society. We have all sectors represented here, and each one of them will be invited to give their perspective in relation to this document in one of the areas that Janaína has presented. So, to start, I would like to invite Ana Paula Prates, which is Director for Oceans and Coastline Management for the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. She coordinates the Ocean Department in the ministry, and she represents us as a negotiator and has advanced a lot on behalf of the entire society. And thank you for this. So I would like to start with you. Please start with your considerations. Thank you, Ronaldo. You gave me a huge responsibility, but in reality, just repeating or responding to what you said, I am here representing Oceans. I am a director for Oceans and Coastline Management, but in the negotiations during the COP, we have very few talked about in terms of oceans. In the global stocktake, we've just put down a mention that countries have to report their goals of how they are complying with the Paris Agreement goals.
This was a great advance because, incredible as it may seem for people who work with oceans, we don't understand why ocean is not in the center of discussions, but is the great sink and a great regulator of the climate in the planet. So this is very important, this launch at 5 a.m. in the morning in Brazil. So this is very important for us to think about coastal cities, which will be the most affected, are already affected across the world. We have certain countries who are having to move out and think of transferring themselves to another country because the rise in sea level is going to continue regardless as to whether we stopped today all emissions in terms of the greenhouse gases. Because of resilience and the inertia of water, which takes a while to cool, we will continue to see a rise in sea level. So the word is adaptation. We need to adapt ourselves as quickly as possible, and the coastal cities are the beginning of all this. So I wanted to link this, the idea of the coral reefs, as Janaína has also mentioned, and the importance of these habitats for the resilience of coastal cities. Not only do they provide food, tourism, and are the greatest source of marine biodiversity, they also protect the coast. And it's important to mention this. And here in COP, Brazil adhered to the Coral Reef Breakthrough, which is a world call for the protection of these environments, and the Mangrove Breakthrough, which is an alliance for conserving the mangroves. So Brazil adhered to these two initiatives, which have a lot to do with the cities. I would also like to mention we need to find a name. She talked about the color palette because we have a Secretary of Environmental Quality who's going to mention, and we have the green cities. How do we mix these palettes between blue and green, which will be so important? Thank you, Ronaldo. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your initial comments. It's great to think about how we're going to build this collective construction, looking at our own realities and how this sort of links to the national movement. So moving on in this first round, I would like to invite Moci Araújo, who is the coordinator of the Rede Clima. He is also a researcher for the University of Pernambuco, to provide us with the way he can contribute in this way. Good afternoon, morning, and evening for everyone. I'd like to first start by thanking Boticário Foundation and to greet the Secretary Anna and all my colleagues here present. I am an oceanography professor, and whenever I can talk about the ocean, I am very happy. So thank you. This is, as we would say in Portuguese, my beach. The oceans are my beach. Let's start. I'm going to start with a macro to the local and bring a little bit of science of where we find ourselves, and then provide an example, which would be the city of Recife. I'm going to use this example. This is where I come from and the work that we've developed there. First of all, going from the macros to the local, from the global to the local, we're on the wrong side of the ocean in the Atlantic Basin. Even the way that the world rotates means that waters are going from Africa to Brazil. And the rising of the sea level has to do with a number of features. And we can talk about the melting ice caps and but we need to talk about what's affecting us. And any database that you have a reflux in intensity, which takes this water further towards our cities. Just to give you an idea of numbers, in the last ocean report in 2019, also reinforced by the IPCC, we had an increase of 1.4 millimeters per year. In the last 15 years, it has grown to 3.6. As well as growing it, this rise is accelerating. And this will make our lives even more complex in the coastal cities in Brazil. So we do need initiatives such as these because we need to increase our resilience, even in terms of the bioeconomy. It's important for us. We need to improve our resilience. Brazil is has one of the most vulnerable coasts in the world. We have to understand that we are very vulnerable. Our coastal areas are very vulnerable, and how it's important to see how this impacts people's lives and the economy. When we've got these ecosystem events which become stronger. So I'd like to talk a little bit about this and how we need initiatives that will go towards this way. Recife, very quickly, will be 500 years old in 2027. And we have a very bold front, which is called Recife Pact City, in terms of integrating Recife with oceans. Is very impacted by rivers. It is a blue city in reality. And we've got this project. And I invite all of you to look at this. And Recife needs to benefit from its coral reefs as well. We need to look at the mangroves, and the reefs are the first point of protection for our cities. Mangroves are absolutely essential. We were talking to the delegation and Ministry of the Environment, thinking about this. If we can't bring oceans to the center of dialogues, we need to think about oceans as a competitive advantage for the geopolitical position of Brazil, because they store 6 times more carbon, 4 or 5 times more than the Amazon forest and primary forests in general. So this is my contribution. Once again, congratulations from the Boticário Foundation, and it's a pleasure to be able to share the space and talk to you. Thank you very much. Marcio, thank you very much. You, like Anna, you bring some very important points. And as an example, I'll give the example as Recife, as a secretary of the SLIs. Recife is one of these examples because it has the university, and then also the board of swaps. We have the alliance also in terms of ports and companies and port terminals, which have helped us think about the risk relationship. And wherever there's a port, cities have a very strong relationship with ports. And you highlight another point, which is the idea of mangroves. We have talked about water in terms of coastal water, but blue also includes fresh water. And as Sylvia, blue without green, it's yellow. So Without water, we will not have any of our forests. So we need to think about this relationship in an integrated way. So we're talking about the relationship in an integrated way. We need to talk about various areas. One of them is education. I'd like to invite the Secretary of Education, Ivana Ramos do Nascimento, for the city of Barcarena. She was in a workshop and contributed actively and lived this process. So if I'd like to listen to your contribution. Good morning to everyone. It's good to see a child being born. So when we were discussing in big groups, we were talking about the essence, but that wasn't concrete. But to come here and see how this discussion is now real, and with everything that was constructed in that group, makes me very happy, and I am very privileged to be here talking to all of you. I come from Barcarena, Pará, in the Amazon, and I think I am the person who got to know the sea as an adult. But we have around 130,000 inhabitants. We have a port, which is the closest port in Latin America. But we never had the understanding of our participation in this process of to build a concept about the ocean. We were raised to believe that we were in the Amazon, and we were very well served by being in the Amazon. In 2013, our mayor, with a different way of looking at it, started a process of integrating our city to the objectives of the millennium. And with this, the city of Barcarena started to develop this planning and its work towards this. And then we were very fortunate to get to know Ronaldo, who brought us this proposal to look at our city, which is full of very big rivers, as part of an ocean that needs to be preserved and understood. And the Secretariat of Education wasn't the only one, but it took this responsibility to give this concept and bring it to our children as a possibility to disseminate knowledge throughout the city. So we talk about ocean color culture right from primary education. We have the idea of a resilient city who is preparing itself not just for our own city, but for our neighbors' cities, and also the Marajó Island, and we can feel this influence, and that we need to be prepared not only to serve our municipalities, but our neighborhood. And this concept is disseminated and experienced through education and the other secretariats through the understanding of a quality of life, that we need to have drinkable water, because we have some islands where there is no drinking water, and we had to take drinking water through boats. And education took it to itself to get drinking water in the islands themselves, so that people could have access to drinking water in a responsible way by shifting the paradigm. I have said this through the Amazon dialogues, and I'm again saying it here. It's important that any person with the budget needs to know that they can't be closed in their own world. All actions needs to go through all other secretariats, and especially through the objectives of the millennium. Barcarena is a small city, is 130 kilometers from the capital, but we are preparing ourselves. My greatest happiness is in a knowledge fair, have our children thinking about resilience with content, with knowledge, And we are very proud because of this. Thank you very much for the invitation. We have 72 schools in Barcarena have adhered to the Blue School initiative out of our own will. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Ivana. I would like to highlight this. When we think about ocean culture, each institution and has to understand its relationship with the ocean and how our lives influence the ocean and ocean influences our lives, be it by the climate, the economy. There's a number of relationships. The Alliance for Ocean Culture, it means that it's bringing all these together. And I'd like to highlight this example that Barcarena always provides, and it comes in the Secretary's speech, because it's a city, although it had a port which has a relationship with the ocean, that discovers itself as having this relationship with the ocean. So that's the real value, bringing a focus of education. So we're very fortunate to have the education looking at ocean culture and climate change, and to understand that by 2050, the panelists at COP, the CEOs or people who will govern us are now at school. So we want to, when we say we want to change by 2050, it's important to provide knowledge for those who will be there when things are will really get going. And Barcarena provides this example because they already integrate this knowledge in all their schools. We cannot think about resilience and climate adaptation without changing their communication, their education. So thank you very much, Secretary. And having said this, we heard the first three talks, which comes from the government side and the academy and different spheres. So we need to think that adaptation and resilience and the alliance that we need also has to be in all sectors of societies that we have represented here in different forms. And I would like to now invite Alaís Érida, CEO da HL Soluções Environmental Solutions. I'd like to also just explain a little bit for those who are watching online. We have a change of panels because of some health problems or because some people were not able to come to COP. So we have a different panel, but of course it has the same quality as before. But I think Alaís will be able to provide us from the point of view of the private sector, which is also acting for sustainability. Good afternoon, good morning, good night. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's a surprise. I represent the Secretary Célio Fernando, who is the Chief of House Staff for the state of Ceará. And we are here where our state is not only a place where there's a scarcity of water, but also opportunities. Our company is a company that works with environmental licensing. It's a tool that I believe is very important. There is no environmental management unless it's done well. And we have to apply policies and scientific knowledge, but providing the context of our state of Ceará, we've advanced. We have also worked in education, environmental or education. We have 6 municipalities that have adhered to the Blue Amazon Initiative. And also our interior, our outback was already sea, so we need to bring the connection between the different ecosystems. We have 2023, a legislation launched within the environmental system that is called Platform for Interactions of Environmental, which is a decision-making tool for public policies and the private sectors. How can we invest knowing and having the knowledge in a more responsible way? We also have some governance tools which are essential to have a green and a blue economy or a bioeconomy. Ceará is very rich in terms of tourism as well, but there are other agenda: fishing, energy, and later on I'll talk a little bit more about green energy and wind, offshore wind, which has made our state in the center of these debates. And also our legal framework. We had the first state law, the Seal Act, and a committee, a strategic committee for development, which provides our strategic planning. It is, I think, the first in the country with this vision that CELIU has, which brings together three things: the academy, the University of the State, Federation Institution, the government with a number of secretaries, and also the private sector, bringing the Federation of Industries of Ceará, which is part of the strategy and an important pillar of our policies. So this is the scenario. Also with data intelligence, where we have brought the science to think about the agenda of the ocean culture. Later on, I'll talk a little bit about markets, how we have projects. We have the first desalination plant in the country, and I have the honor to be in the front line of licenses for this. We also have the system for reusing water and urban drainage, which will reduce the use of water. Thank you very much. Thais, thank you very much for your participation and for providing us with this vision in details. So already so summed up, and I'd like to congratulate and to thank, Hanana knows this, Ceará is an exemplary state for the movement and governance of ocean culture. So I'd like to congratulate Secretary Célio. It is a state which has ocean legislation which recognizes the role of science. It has its chief scientists which are acting. So this is it's an example that shows it's possible to do. Other states do have other movements, but I think Ceará brings all this together. Just as we talked about blue schools, when we think about policies for education, the ocean cultures, which Brazil is the first country that has laws relating to this, and Ceará is the first one that has this. So it's very important to see this movement growing. And if we hear from the different governmental spheres and from the private sector, it's important to hear this relationship with civil society. And I would like to invite Patricia Menezes, who is also an advisor for the mayor for Global Agenda for Barcarena, but is also part of the SDGs network for Brazil. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As Ronaldo said, I work for the municipality of Barcarena in the office of the mayor, where I've had the privilege of coordinating since 2013, coordinating all the global agendas. We started in 2013 with the Mayor Antonio Carlos Salasa to the current mayor. And then Adalberto, we have since 2013 a legislation that establishes that all our actions need to be linked to global agendas. So we're working in this continuous process, and we've moved towards the SDGs. And for Barcarena to improve, we need to improve our environment as well, understanding our environment not only as the local municipalities, Belém, Marajó, Guatatuba, but the place where we are immersed. So the Barcarena municipality becomes the leader of our coalition that brings together the academy, the public and the private sectors to disseminate knowledge. And talking about the connection with our topic, which is adaptation to climate change and ocean resilience, our Rede ODS, and I also only got to know this here when I was 40. And I don't go to the beach because I've had skin cancer. So when I was invited to go to a South Atlantic workshop to prepare for the Ocean Decade, and I say, I come from Barcarena, I've never been to a beach, I have nothing to do with oceans. And then they wanted me to be the rapporteur and make this connection in terms of the South Atlantic with the SDGs, connecting all the other SDGs. I got to know Anna, Ronaldo, and various other people there. And I became someone who works with the ocean. And I became enchanted, and I discovered that I breathe not necessarily because of the Amazon, but because of the ocean. And this topic of the oceans, I now take not only to Barcarena, and it's important to mention that there was a lot of resistance when we brought this topic. I thought Rosana was going to mention this. When we get to there, I had to talk about the ocean. What do we have to do with ocean? Yes, we have a port, but we never saw itself as having a relationship with the ocean. Because if you're not from the salty region, as we call it in our state, then you're not somewhere from the ocean. But as you could see from Rosana and Ronaldo's talk, that we are part of the coast, and even in schools we have this idea of the brown ocean, where they experience the brown ocean because that's the color of the Amazon River that they see. And Rosana says that when I get excited, so I took this topic of oceans to the government of the state of Pará, and there I started to understand a little bit better this dynamic. And by identifying the difficulties that coastal cities see, even those who don't see themselves, and which they shared these problems, and then we brought this topic of the oceans in our Rede ODS Brazil, and we've promoted a number of training workshops for public workers, public servants, with this team, connecting this with the global agenda, all the various conventions, the Paris Agreement, etc., with very good and well-qualified teachers like Ronaldo, Ana Paula, and our main objective with this is train and produce institutional capacity so the cities can adapt to the impacts of climate change, and more specifically, coastal cities. It's important for us to talk about ocean culture and the idea of education. These cities will only become resilient if they know how to diagnose, if they know how to plan their public policies and have this cross-cutting vision, including in their urban planning the vision of the blue and green structure, changing the gray structure to the green and the blue, which will bring us to adaptation. So we've been bringing education to train these technicians, thinking about the educational capacity, especially in the small cities who don't have skilled people there. So our contribution as Rede ODS in producing knowledge to public management, I'd like to have the opportunity to announce that in January we're going to launch the third group. And Ana Paula said that she is going to be there teaching. We have a number of collaborations.
And so I wanted to leave this invitation so that Brazilian cities, whether they are coastal cities or not, can be engaged in these actions while understanding that even if you are in the forest, in the Pantanal, it doesn't matter. You have an extremely important role in this discussion and in the climate change discussion. And as it was said at the beginning, the ocean should have a more important role in this discussion, because there's no point discussing climate change without talking about oceans. And this awareness needs to come quicker. So it's important to have public policies, and that's why education is so important, because we need for people to be alive by 2050, and for that, the decision makers of today can have resilience policies. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for your contribution to the discussion and for the leadership that BDS has in Brazil as a whole, working with coastal planning and so many other actions according to the 2030 agenda. And we are very happy that you're collaborating with the Alliance and thinking about all of this. Just to finalize this first round, last but not least, over the week, something that has come up in the Education Pavilion was a discussion on the following. We are all trying to fight climate change, and often we see it coming in a different color scale, through the green or through the blue. How can we mix these two colors just so it's not colorless? In this process, I'd like to invite Adalberto Maluf. He is the Secretary for Environment under the Ministry of Environment, and he presented an incredible program that is on green resilient cities, and he accepted our invitation to think about this. How can we think about green and blue together? Thank you, Professor Ronaldo. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to congratulate the Brazilian Alliance for Ocean Culture and the Foundation Grupo Boticário. It's important to talk about green and blue cities. And on behalf of our director, Ana Paula Prates, I'd like to greet everybody on this panel and see so many women here. We need to think about how to integrate these two urban agendas. We know that cities are the ones that suffer the most with the challenges brought about by extreme weather events. which are more frequent and more intense and a lot quicker than we planned for them to happen. Water resources are some that cause the most impact on people's lives: flooding, mudslides, rain, and coastal cities or cities that have rivers also suffer a lot with these impacts. We know that the majority of urban agendas impact on water quality, so the solid waste management, when it's not well done, and especially in Brazil where we have a lot of dumps, there is a leakage of contamination. Plastic is a huge problem all over the world, really. 75% of the plastics in the Closing the Tap report by UNDP or UNEP comes from these. Oceans have absorbed a lot of global warming, 25% of CO2 emissions. We're talking about 3 billion people living out of the ocean, which is almost half of the world's population. For the majority of my life, I believe that the Amazon was the lungs of the earth, but it was surprising to hear that oceans are indeed the main oxygen providers for us. A whale absorbs 1,000 times more CO2 than trees, so we need to preserve whales, we need to preserve the oceans. And the program Green Resilient Cities, which was one of the first strategies we've launched, along with Minister Jade, Ministry for Science and Technology, is an attempt to integrate urban initiatives under an umbrella that can better coordinate efforts that are carried out by municipalities and states. There were presentation rounds with the National Front of Male and Female Mayors. We've committed to them to presenting a mini. We need to think about how to put the blue into this program. We need to build agendas, whether in the national or international level, to allow this discussion to gain more dimension. Brazil has started the presidency of the G20, and the ocean became one of the priorities for the G20 presidency. And us from solid waste management also fought for circular economy to be part of the agenda. So half of the G20's agenda now is oceans, circular economy, and waste management. We need to advance in this coordination because we still have 100 million Brazilians that don't have access to basic sanitation. 35 million don't have access to drinking water. And when sanitation is well done, it's in the essence of circular economy. Unfortunately, bad waste management is what contributes to climate change and global warming. 40% of the short-term warning, we were talking about 30, but it's indeed 40% of short-term warming comes from methane. And solid waste management represents 30% of methane emissions. So if on the one hand, we have a climate problem with bad management, bad waste management that causes methane emissions that could be using with composting and agriculture, at the same time, it is also polluting our water resources. And we know there is a huge challenge to keep permanent preservation areas. So it is not by chance that in our program, we're talking about green area management, nature-based solutions, adaptation, green infrastructure, urban mobility, low-carbon technologies. But the main area where work's going to start is reforestation, preservation of green areas when they're close to water resources. This is our greatest challenge. we know that we have deforestation on the riverside. These are areas that remained within the cities, and we need to preserve them. And without water, our life in the city will be harder and harder. So if we don't prioritize this agenda, it will be difficult to keep rivers, streams, and oceans to prep for the resilience that our cities will need.
Pela contribuição e por
Thank
trazer
you, Secretary, for the contribution. And above all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Environment for acting in favor of the environment and development. We have a country that is now talking about the environmental cause again, and we start feeling your action within less than a year of government. So I'd like to thank on behalf of the entire society. Moacir talked about this.
É o MOA, né? Então, o professor Moacir trouxe já de início. Gente, sabe quando foge? Fugiu total.
Oh, I can't remember what I was going to say.
Eu fui olhar o tempo.
I went to check the time and I forgot what I was saying.
Quando eu tive, foi assim mesmo. Rapaz, esqueci total o que eu ia falar. Tá bom, eu vou pular, porque eu total esqueci o que eu ia falar.
I'm gonna skip.
Desapareceu.
It completely blanked.
Eu lembrei, a gente
Oh no, sorry, I remember now. We need to think about green and blue. We are talking about a country that has one of the largest coastal areas in the world, the Blue Amazon. We have, of course, the Green Amazon, the largest area of swamps, and we have Pantanal, the rivers in the Amazon, and you can see the impact the drought's causing. So the program can perhaps provoke the world so that the world has a different perspective. No other country can lead this better through your action and through the voice of Minister Marina Silva. So on behalf of the Brazilian Alliance for Oceanic Culture, I would like to say that we are available to contribute if possible. So we have 15 minutes. We close the first round. I thank you all for keeping to time. And I'd like to do a second round, and I will leave you free. But the second question is, if we started building a document that brings ideas, guidelines, and nature-based solutions, a document that was co-created and where each one of you could share, we have reached a point that is the present, and I would like to understand what comes in the future. If we start looking at 2024, how can we build green, blue, resilient cities and act as a network in this process? The Secretary mentioned this, and it really makes us proud. This panel has the federal government participating, represented by the governors. We have municipal governments, the academia, the civil society. We have representatives of all 5 regions of the country. Janaína was online, and she is from the south. And the largest number of representatives are women. So this is incredible, and we need this diversity for the interaction to be richer. So from your perspective, what are the steps to building this future? I believe that the basis of the pyramid has a right to say something. I'm very happy that COP30 will be in the Amazon, and that effectively we will be receiving people who talk about us for years, but that have never been there. We need this perspective from the peoples who live in the Amazon, the perspective of those who feel in their skin what it is to live in the Amazon without being judged. Of course, it's important that the ocean and the seas are in our discussions, but we need to mix these discussions without forgetting that behind them all, there are citizens, people who live, breathe, and feel this experience on their skin. The experience of, for example, having a river that used to feed me and that now is dry and we don't even know why. We are, of course, privileged. We sit at a university, we have access to the internet, we can carry out research, participate in panels, but the vast majority of the Amazon population does not share this privilege, not because they don't study, but due to lack of access to a quality internet connection so that they can learn new concepts, new ideas. So undoubtedly, we need to get the blue and the green closer through a citizen-based construction of future actions. Sorry, her mic broke up a bit. And I'd like to invite everybody, if you come to Belém, go to Barcarena. And if you go to the Amazon, if you've never been, well, you will be able to see the true Amazon in Barcarena. So if you are at COP30 and you want to come to our town to see our experience there, our town has its doors open. And there you will find the people who need to be listened, cared for, and protected. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. I hope that COP30 comes with this energy, which is not green or blue. It's a mix. It's based on integration. Would anyone else like to say a few words? I just wanted to talk about this vision, about the future. Future is not far. We're talking about the future that is in a month's time. We're in the end of 2023, and in 2024, we are going to be in the presidency of the G20, and oceans will be a priority amongst the themes that will be worked by the G20 countries: circular economy, environmental services, climate change, and oceans. As Ronaldo said, we are coming back with the Ministry of Environment. This is the first year when the country is back to being a protagonist, including an international protagonist. And we started creating a department to work on these themes again. One of our main challenges was to work the oceans issue within the climate change discussion. Now we're going to create the climate plan with mitigation and adaptation included. Rede Clima is participating, and the Civil Society Forum is part of it. And oceans are one of the subjects that we are going to work on, not just to establish new goals of adaptation of coastline cities and cities that are influenced by the waters, but also we're going to be working towards the next NDC that will be presented during COP30 in the Amazon. And this will include coastal cities and waters. And at the same time, we're going to be working in a national strategy for coral reefs, because given the climate emergency, next month, we're going to have an emergency with the summer. We hope that the coral reefs don't blanch, but it could happen. We had an extreme event in the North Atlantic in the North Hemisphere summer, where a lot of reefs were blanched, and I believe this could happen in the South Atlantic. We are hoping that we can at least monitor this so that we can identify colonies that are resilient, and hopefully we can work with this matter. Because a bit of bad news, coral reefs are the first of all ecosystems that are functionally extinguished with climate change. With 1.5 degrees, which is what we're dealing with, we want actions to stop the warming so we don't go beyond 1.5 degrees. With 1.5 degrees, we'll be losing 70% of coral reefs in the world. And if it goes beyond that, we'll lose them all. And apart from that, of course, we have a national strategy to deal with the swamps or manguezais. We will have the spatial marine planning that will be launched in another pavilion. And I'm just giving you a little spoiler. So thank you. Secretary, were you going to say something? Just briefly, to conclude, now that we've restarted rebuilding spaces for popular participation in policymaking, the green resilient cities and now green-blue resilient cities, we base ourselves on science. This is the objective of the program. We create public policies with indicators that can be measured. In the IPCC report, we've seen an increase of 1.1 degrees. Brazil had a 2-degree increase, so we're going to suffer a lot more than others. And we understand how important it is to have governance networks that go beyond the government, that include all 3 levels of governments, because of course this is important, but we need to include academia, civil society, and the private sector so that everyone can be part of this governance network to allow a better monitoring of the progress. If we got here and there is no perspective of fulfilling the Paris Agreement, and reports show that we are far from where we should be, which is to reduce 40% of our emissions by 2030, and I don't think that that's simple. Fossil fuels, for instance, which are the main issue during this COP, and whether or not we're going to have a phase out or a phase down with or without compensation, we haven't been able to reach an agreement. And 55% of emissions have to do with energy, fuels, and coal, but other 45% have to do with products that are used in the cities and impact water resources and oceans. So consumers and citizens definitely have a role, and they have to be aware of this. So I'd like to congratulate the Alliance once again for bringing this debate to the COP. Echoing what the Secretary said, it is so important to invest in science. There is no effective public policy without data, without science, and to leave the opinion realm, we need science. And the state of Ceará is available. I would like to invite you all to access the state platform with real-time information about zoning, water quality, bioeconomy, which is extremely important. And we're here to strengthen this network. Just to conclude, in terms of coastal cities, the state of Ceará and others are famous, and we have areas such as Jeri, etc. We have a technological hub, which is in the city of Fortaleza. We have an air and maritime hubs as well. We have the possibility of producing green hydrogen, which is a theme that could deal with a very vulnerable pillar, which is the social pillar. Brazil needs to be a solution, not just for Brazil, but for the Brazilians who live in the country. We need to bring prosperity to the majority of Brazilians. So we need to raise this flag. And talking about sanitation, it is what connects all ecosystems and it ends up in the oceans. So the state of Ceará is a reference in water management and large water projects. And now in the sanitation pillar as well, Fortaleza is the 5th largest capital in Brazil, and only about 50% of the city has proper sanitation. So we need to advance in that, and we cannot be disconnected from this. So thank you once again, and I'm available if you want to carry on chatting. Thank you, Patricia, and then Moa. I just wanted to say that the key word about everything that was said here is coexistence. And since you talked about COP30, of course we need to talk about deforestation, but that doesn't remove the need to talk about the deforestation in swamps in Amapá, Pará, and Maranhão. And since we're talking about COP30, which will be in Pará, a lot has been said about fighting deforestation in the Amazon forest in the state of Pará, which used to be the largest deforestator in Pará. But no one talks about deforestation in coastline cities. And mangue forests are being destroyed due to real estate speculation, and no one talks about that. When we talk about the Amazon, it is important to remember that 80% of the Amazon population live in urban centers and not the forest. So of course we need to talk about deforestation, bioeconomy, and a standing forest, but it is important to remember that people live in cities, and this is where most of them feel the impacts of climate change. And as Antonio Guterres says, it's in the cities that the battle against climate will be won or will be lost, because this is where people are gonna face the change, will suffer through disasters, mudslides or whatever, but also in relation to health, because global warming will cause more diseases, and we need to have a holistic perspective and understand that all themes complement each other. They are all essential, and one shouldn't exclude the other. So I hope these global agendas, the 2030 agenda, Paris Agreement, Sendai landmark, I hope that we all understand that these agendas have to coexist. We need to have this holistic and integrated vision in order to create better public policies. And Moacir? I would like to start saying that the expectations, they move things, or they help move things. One of the first interviews that I gave here at the beginning of COP, someone asked me about this. And what I said was I had a lot of expectations from Brazil and not so much from the COP. This is very important to me, and I see that we have a huge differential. We know science is the base of everything, and we need indeed to use the good science. In this sense, I would like to make ourselves available. Rede Clima. This is Rede Clima's mission in all sectors. We are here to support and subsidize the Brazilian states at all its levels and civil society when it comes to global climate change. A second message I'd like to leave is that we've only just created a center of synthesis for global climate change. I believe there are 10 to 15 in the world, and this is a Brazilian initiative that aims at identifying the large gaps in scientific knowledge and contribute to political scientific briefs. So these two initiatives are available to the Brazilian society as a whole. And finally, I have to highlight the role of the entire Brazilian delegation, the role of ministries here at COP28. I would like to say that the inclusion of oceans under the Paris Agreement is essential. This is a huge victory. It was a Brazilian initiative. The adaptation text is being analyzed again, and I was surprised yesterday that it came out. There is a first draft of that. So I'm hoping that the conversation takes a good path. Science is back. Brazil is back. And we need to keep Brazil in this trajectory that was interrupted for a brief period of time. But we cannot forget that after the medieval times came Renaissance, and oceans are here to prove that a Renaissance is possible and needs to be done. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Moacir. With this, we reached the end of our panel. I'd like to thank the organization. We went beyond the time a little bit, but thank you all for being here. Thank you, this panel. I am energized, and I will finish by leaving a message that Janaína from Grupo Boticário Foundation left for us. These are 2 sentences. Thank you, Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation and UNESCO, which are partners, Foundation, Grupo Boticário and CNPq. So finishing with Janaína's reflection. How can we mix green and blue? Blue is the color of divinity, eternity, the color that belongs to all, something that should last forever. In psychology of colors, green is earthly, is the color of nature. In the mix of blue and green, skies and oceans get together, and the divinity blue becomes the human blue. So I hope Brazil can bring this to all of us. Thank you.